Okay. Wait, I'm on the right computer. Let's get this party started. Okay, so I brought this in, right? And I think I know how I'm going to transition this into a thing. So what we want to do is I'm going to program in such a way that it's going to do a thing. So what we want to do is here. I'm actually gonna make a new one. I don't like this one. Tool, add, Unity script, mono behavior. Um, uh, actually, wait. No, it's what was it? It was under engine or something like that. Editor. Here we go. Yeah, this is what we want. Can this get the screen? Get currently loaded scene. Ah, there we go. None of those are right. Okay. Create GUI, create do. Actually, you know what? It doesn't even matter because we don't. Sorry. We don't actually care about getting this scene at this point. We care about getting it when you press the frickin' button, right? Windows show. Disabled. Current scene reload here. Private void. Regenerate. We'll just say generate. Generate. Uh, Scene chunks. No, it's chunks. Yeah. Okay, and now we just create a new button, right? Did I spell that right? Yeah, I did. Okay. Fetch the current scene. Um, check for a component in the scene. Check for oh wait. Fetch all chunk components, chunk game objects. Okay, then we come down here to mono behaviors and we add a Unity script, mono behavior, chunk generator. So here's my idea, right? Right, we attach this like, so if I want to create so this all needs to be done within the within the game. Not So all needs to be done inside of the editor itself. Oh, here we go. Execute in editor. Oh, that's why. It doesn't have a namespace. Okay, so as long as I've got that, we're good, right? Yes. Okay, sweet. Okay, so what we want to do is um uh public class generate not class void generate sub scene chunk, right? So what we want to do is we want to attach the subscene chunk to this object, right? And then public void create subscene, and then this will take in the scene itself, right? This returns a scene. Get active scene manager. Is it a scene manager? No, it's a scene. Yeah, okay. Love to be friend and fam. If you're cool with that, feel free to add me on Discord. Oh, thank you. You should join the Discord then. Oh, wait. I think this works on Twitch, but it doesn't work on any other platform. Yeah. Feel free to join the Discord. You can always reach out there. Thank you for the follow. Let's see if I can not butcher this name, but let's not get too upset with me when I do. Ogul Oguluwa Ogaluga Ogaluwa 682. Thanks for the follow, much appreciated, and thanks for joining. Good to have you part of the community. Okay, so this is the game object here. Not tags. I don't want tags. Get root game object. All game objects with chunk generator component. Huh, is that how they're is that actually the way to do it? I feel like there's I guess maybe get root component. How many I guess if we go back to here, right? This is probably our scene, and then these are all of our root components. So I guess that would make sense. Excuse me. And then here we would create subscenes. Maybe. We're going to try that. Okay, so this is going to have to take in a game object, right? Yeah, this is going to take in a game object. Or actually, no, this would take in the component itself of... No, this being called... Sorry, this being called on itself. Never mind. Okay, get the name of the parent... the game object. Which I think is just name, right? It is just name, right? Game object.name. Okay, yeah. No? Is it just name? Game game object? Base class Unity game object API. Constructor game object. Get component add index, get component, add component to do. Returns the name of the game object. So it would just be this dot name. Is it not this? I guess it would just be name, right? But if we just do this and we do stir, right? String? Just two string? Two string? Why is this being fucky? Oh wait. Get parent game object. What? That's not what I asked for at all. Get components game object. Get the game object a component is attached to Unity. Component dot game object. Is that really it? Dot game object. but it's saying that that's not correct. It's supposed to be a mono behavior, though. This is supposed to be a component. Oh, that's why I'm... Ugh. Okay, so this would be the scene subscene name. Scene name. And what we want is this, and then it would be sub scene there, right? Now we want to create a game object. Create game objects. So we're gonna generate the actual collisions and everything like that based off of this. So that's gonna be like a whole thing, right? Create sub scene. Sub scene if it doesn't exist in the current scene. Actually, I think we're gonna start by not doing that. Actually, we're gonna start by doing this like one at a time. Like we're gonna do this very manually, and then we'll figure out how to do it not manually. So, public void convert fetch all object. I guess this is like an on start public, or sorry, no, awake. The awake, right? Unity awake. Wait, no, I have this open, right? Give me a second. Game objects. Where's the editor one? There's the editor one. Awake. Yeah, it's void awake. Fucking getting used to Unity is a little hard sometimes. Void awake. Fetch all. Check if. Let's see. Public. Collision box. Check if there. Fetch all. Fetch. How would we do this, right? Because like, I want to have it fetch everything within the rectangle, right? Or in a square, right? Kind of thing. Because we're making chunks, right? So it's just like, hey, in this chunk here, I want to fetch all the objects, right, that are inside of it. But what would that be? It would be what are our options, right? So okay, so if I bring this up here, okay, let's pop down an object so we can take a look at it, right? New 3D object. Would it be a trigger or would it be a cube? Let's create an empty object first, right? Here, and we'll say scene chunk generator 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. There. Okay, there we go. There's our first chunk right there. So I'm going to move this over to here, right? Let's call like this section here. We're going to say probably like this cube here will be the first chunk. So if this is the chunk, event trigger, or is it an event trigger? No. Mesh maybe? Skinned render. Is it a mesh? Yeah, okay. There we go. Mesh collider. But then we need to add the box, right? And a box collider. There's our box collider right there. Sorry. Is a trigger. There we go. Remove component. There we go. That did it right. Then we do this. Right? And then we do this. Right? And what we want to do is effectively just take this and we're going to do like, we're going to have this auto generated, right? Okay, so awake. Create we're going to do private what was this? It was a box collider? Box collider? Uh chunk collider. Chunk box. Chunk bounding box. Then we do public float chunk size. There we go. So if we do this, like, let's say 400 by 400, right? 400 by, or say 512 by 512, right? 512, right? Hopefully you don't put too many zeros. All right, I think this is a bit too big actually. We want to bring this down. Let's say 256 by 256. There we go. And really what we want to do is we want to make this seem sane, right? Like we want a sane amount of here. Maybe 256 is too small. I want it to be a bit bigger. 400 by 400. There we go. That's a little bit better. There we go. There we go. I do want no collisions on these, right? These should not have collisions. Background cities. Let's say prefabs, an asset, and isolation. We should have zero many collisions on these. There we go. Now, how do I jump to this? Let's go back to the scene. And I know that there's one over here. There's a couple of these, right? And that's kind of like we need to figure out exactly where these are so we can remove the collisions. Prefabs. There we go. And these are background. These ones, right? Yeah, sweet. Okay. This is a static mesh, not a prefab. Oh, those are meshes. I want the prefabs. And inside the prefabs, I want the background. This is a background building, right? No, I think this one actually makes it into the scene, doesn't it? No, these are just in the background, right? I don't think that building's actually part of the scene, right? BG building? BG building. Does this one have a mesh? It does have a mesh. Okay, so this one here has a mesh. So we do this and then we do prefab, open and isolation. There. We go back to the scene. And then we do BG. But develop a Unreal tool based in geometry scripts. Okay. I might be able to answer. I will answer to the best of my abilities, man. I promise to do that. What's the question? What is this? Oh, that doesn't have anything. Have you any Discord to speak with you? Like you want to have a verbal communication? I just want to make sure that I'm on the right that we're talking we're not misunderstanding each other. Because yeah, I can have a verbal convo with you. Give me 2 seconds though. I just have to take care of something really quick. I need to train my idiom 10-year-old 10 years Oxford School for talking with you. Yeah, yeah. No, totally. I just have to change something over quickly and then we can jump on a call and talk dev. Give me like 2 seconds. Yeah, give me like a couple minutes. I should be pretty quick. All right, sorry, I'm back. All right, Road to Environment artist. We can, if you want to drop me a call on Discord, we can do a private call on Discord. Wait, why am I not seeing you on my Discord? So weird. Because our last conversation was so long ago that it dropped off. I thought we added each other as friends, right? Maybe we didn't. I thought I was part of your Discord though. Was I not? Give me a second. Do, 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 do. Yeah, no, I was. I was. You changed the logo. There we go. We are friends. Why was Discord being stupid? Discord's like, I don't know this person that you speak of, and it's just like, but you should. Oh, okay. Do 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 do. Okay, let's see here. These are just like stacked on top of each other in the weirdest way sometimes. But it does offer like it makes a nice look. These are background. Okay, so these don't have meshes on them anymore. So we're good. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. I think I got all of them. Do, 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 do. Well, my friendo, how's it going? It is, it is, it is going. I am having all the funs with trying to figure out the chunking system because I need to make a chunking system. So I found out that you can only have a certain number of entities processed in the world at a given time. At least they have names or something like that. Anyway, so when I insert all of this in this entire world into a subscene, the subscene runs like hot garbage. It just runs like complete dog shit. So what I need to do is take this subscene, right? And I need to generate chunks on it that allow me to be like, oh hey, here's a chunk, here's a chunk, here's a chunk, right? And so I've got these chunks here. If I say 400 by 400, right? And then we do this, we're going to add the chunk generator there. And then this should, I thought this had a, I thought I had a public on this. Yeah, public float chunk size. This is on the chunk generator, right? Yes. Oh, it's because this is broken. That's probably why. There we go. How have you been, Ben Clarky? Clarkley. I think I got it right that time. Like at least 2% sure I got it. I got it right. There we go. 100. So if we say 400, right? And then we come back here, we're going to go back to this chunk here. And instead of this, we're going to say this is a 400 by 400 chunk. Then we are going to update the box collider to what is it? It's I got to turn that off. That's the domain reload, right? File, edit, project settings. Tab is useless now because they changed the way browsers work. Unity, turn off domain reload. Turn off editor settings. Wait, this is turned off. Oh, right. That's just. God damn it. That's so annoying. Okay, whatever. Here. There's our box collider. We want the size. We want to set the size of it. Update the box collider size to the chunk size. Um, and then the Y size we wanna just be like chunk size times 10. For our game, this should work. There we go. Okay, so now we've got that. Fetch all objects with collisions inside the chunk. Oh wait, I forgot to flag this as a trigger. Set the box collider as a trigger. Is there a way to set this so it only runs in the edit? Like this section here, this only runs in the editor. I feel like it already does that, but whatever. Physics overlap boxes. This actually returns all the colliders. Objects. Sorry, this is a game objects. Yeah, game object. Chunk objects. Create a fetch or sorry, get For each collider, um, colliders, fetch game parent game object of the collider. I feel like there's a way to do this in a more concise way, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Yeah, with a map. How do is there a map or something like that? C sharp um array map. It's JavaScript. Does it have that? Hmm. Oh, here we go. This is better. This is not better. This is not documentation. I don't care about the article. I just care about how it's written. Fuck it. Add the game object to the chunk objects array. That's definitely not what we want. Would it be an array or a list that I want then? Game object list. Is it? I think it's a list, right? I think I did it here, right? No, it was in this one. Okay, so yeah, it's just list. Okay, there we go. To do game objects, chunk objects dot add parent. Here we go. Oh, interesting. We don't need the box collider at all. Can we flag this as like box collider is editor only? Only? Actually, we don't need this at all. We don't need a box collider at all. If that's the case, we don't need a box collider because we're not using a box collider to get the objects, right? Public. So if we don't need a box collider, we can just skip that section altogether, and then we just need the chunk size and half extends. Oh, it's a vector 3. Okay, that works. Private vector 3 box size. Or sorry, chunk size. Chunk size vector. Actually, let's call it chunk dimensions. Chunk dimensions. Chunk size, width, width, chunk, width, chunk, height, chunk, depth. So it's chunk width. This is chunk height and chunk depth. And then we need the on select thing. Unity debug draw. Draw on select. On draw gizmo selected. That's what it is. Draw a box to show the chunk size. Color. Gizmos temp color equals gizmos dot color. Gizmo temp color or cache color. And then we just do that. Sweet. Now, when we come here and we come into here, just because like we're not actually fetching it, right? So, god damn, I wish that Unity was faster. It's so small. It's so slow. So slow. We're gonna get rid of this. Remove. What have I've got here? Yeah, where's my Gizmo draw? Let's show a debug draw line in a game. Unity Draw in editor when selected. To draw in the editor when an object is selected. Dude, there's another one, and it might be the other one. It might just be like the what was it? It was do I feel like it's something else. Implement on. Okay, so it is selected. It is not drawing my square. That's a beautiful chunk that I can't see. I actually want this to be green. This is supposed to be a thing that's not working. Maybe I have to unselect and select it again. Go here. We'll come back here. Still not seeing anything. Let's see if we can draw a sphere. Draw a sphere. Radius 1000. Hey, look. There's my sphere. Sweet. Okay, so that one works. But where's the cube? Here, cube, cube, cube. Is draw cube not really a thing? Draw wire cube. Why you no worky? Fucking work. God damn it. So this one works. Gizmos dot draw cube. I guess we could try this. This might tell us what the problem is. Like maybe the problem is that we can't see the outline. I don't actually want it to be like visible, like I want it to be a wire cube, but we don't have any draw here at all. There's no draw. It's not drawing. Come on. God damn it. Mm. Oh. You know what? That could be it. The on it's an on awake issue, I think. I think we've got 0 there. Um um Unity 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 editor scripting.
So you just wrote some code and you want to test it to make sure that it works, but it's webbed into one of your more complex systems. So what do? What I did for years is check for a key press and call my function in there, hit the play button, and then press that key to test it. The better way to test things is with editor scripting. Editor scripting is essential to game development. It is a skill that is going to take your productivity to the next level, whether it's just by testing things faster or building more complex tools for your game. It can be a little bit intimidating to get started with, especially for beginners, but it's really not that bad, and I'm going to walk you through all of the basics right now. Ready? Let's go. So I've got an empty scene here, and to start, I'm just going to add a new hexagon sprite into the scene, and I'm also going to create a script called hexagon and attach it to that game object. Now let's start with something basic. We'll do something more complex once we get the basics out of the way, but let's say we want to be able to just change the color of this sprite for now. So we create this really basic code here, which will take a color and apply it to our sprite's color property. So how do you go about making sure that this code does what you want? Well, what comes to mind is either a UI button or a key press. Key press is faster to implement, so let's check to see if we press the E key and call that function if we do. So let's hit play, hit the E key, and yep, there it is. But let's make a button right here in the inspector on this script that can do that for us. So let's go ahead and create a new script called hexagon custom inspector and open it up. Now we're going to want to add the using Unity editor namespace at the top, and this will not inherit from mono behavior, it'll inherit from editor. Now right away, we want to link this to our hexagon script.
Hello and welcome, I'm your code monkey.
That's not what I wanted.
And how you can do that is by adding the custom editor attribute at the top, and it'll be of type hexagon. So now that we've done that, anything that we do in here will affect the hexagon script. So to make a custom editor do anything, we do it inside of onInspector GUI, and we need to override it. Now that'll populate a base method because this is a virtual method, which means we have the option to call the base classes on.
Remember how it was like maybe if I wait,
The shader graph team,
they'll come out with some new UI stuff 6 days ago.
onInspector GUI method, which right now we are. So to show you this working, let's just add some text that says stuff.
Okay, so this is an editor, not a mono behavior.
Now you can see if we go to our hexagon script, you can.
Okay, so wait. If I come back to here, this entire thing can be done in here. Instead of this being a mono behavior, we want this to be an editor. What was it? It was editor. Yeah, just editor. And then we do using Unity editor. Oh. Dope. That's like exactly what I want.
Need to override it. Now that'll populate a base method because this is a virtual method, which means we have the option to call the base classes onInspector GUI method, which.
What's up, Fox? I wonder if this would work. We're going to generate this if it's not already there. I don't even care. We're just going to regenerate it at this point. Actually, you know what? The better way to do this would actually just do this. I need to not be lazy about this and just do this. Actually, kind of like just having it in one spot like that. Wait, this doesn't have a transform anymore? Vector 3. If That's not what I wanted. If chunk dimensions is null, is vector 3.0. There we go. Get the center of the chunk. Because this is a editor now, right?
Which right now we are. So to show you this working, let's just add some text that says stuff.
Wait,
now you can see if we go to our
you
hexagon
not
script,
hear
you can
me,
see it says
Fox?
stuff right there. And you can also see if we comment this out, you can see what it does. It's going to remove all of our fields. So the base class is what handles public and serialized fields showing up in the inspector. So when we remove that, it will not show them. Now, really quick, I want to show you what you need to know about editor scripting when you want this working. Let's just add some text that says stuff. Now you can see if we go to our hexagon script, you can see it says stuff right there. And you can also see if we comment this out, you can see what it does. It's going to remove all of our fields. So the base class is what handles public and serialized fields. And you can also see if we comment this out, you can see what it does. Now, this is on inspector GUI method, which right now we are. So to show you this working, let's just add some text that says stuff. Now you can see if we go to our hexagon script, you can see it says stuff right there. And you can also see if we comment this out, you can see what it does. It's going to remove all of our fields. So the base class is
Oh, wait. Okay, we can come back to that. What we want to do is base.object. There we go. Look at that. We don't even have that. Serialized field. I might have to actually do serialized field for all of these. That would be a little bit annoying. There we go. No, still not seeing the public.
is what handles public and serialized fields showing up in the inspector. So when we remove that, it will not show them. Now, really quick, I want to show you class is what handles public and serialized fields showing up.
There's our mono behavior
in the inspector. So when we remove that, it will not show them. Of our fields. So the base class is what handles public and serialized fields showing up in the inspector. So when we remove that, it will not show them. Now, really quick, I want to show you what you need to know about editor scripting when you want to build your game. Because if we try to build this game right now, we're going to get a bunch of errors. And that's because if you build a custom editor script, that script needs to go inside a folder called editor in the root of your project. So you can see now.
Oh.
That we move that, if we build it, it'll build successfully. So that's just something to keep in mind. But I do gotta tell you, I really dislike having a whole separate script just to add a tiny bit of functionality to this script here. So I will show you my preferred method. Let's copy all this, and actually let's just delete that script because I'm going to paste it as a whole separate class inside of our hexagon script. But again, if we build this right now, it's gonna be a whole separate class.
Oh, so we need two parts.
Inside of our hexagon script. But again, if we build this right now,
so we still need to so we still need to be a mono behavior. Right? And then we have so let's go like this. And then we'll do edit name there. This thing goes into a different thing, right? And then down here let's do a get size. Actually, we can do a getter, right? Whatever. Public vector3 chunk size. Get chunk size. Right. We want to return if chunk dimensions are 0. Chunk dimensions equals new, and then we return chunk dimensions. There. Now our gizmo draw here should work. And then we can continue forward. There we go. If I zoom out now, why is it not working? The sphere draws, but the rest of it does not. The cube does not draw. Neither does the wire cube. Neither of these draw for some reason. Debug.log. Chunk size. Chunk dimensions. Right. This is why. Get chunk dimensions. It's because it's still 0. It's because this is not being called. Look at that. Beautiful. It worked. Wait. There we go. Sweet. It works. Zero elements inside of this. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. There, and then we can do this. That's fine. Come down here. We don't want this awake, right? We do want to do the whole like we want to follow this though.
It's
I
gonna
want
give
to
us
add
bunch
a
of errors
button
again. But you can't put this script inside the editor folder because it has all this functionality up here that needs to interact with mono behavior. So what we do instead here is we wrap this in an if Unity editor, and we'll do an end if at the bottom. And there you go. You'll be able to build successfully now. Okay, so let's actually add a button to assign the color to.
Wait, what?
But again, if we build this right now, it's going to give us a bunch of errors again. All this, and actually let's just delete that script because I'm going to paste it as a whole separate class inside of our hexagon script. But again, if we build this right now, it's going to give us a bunch of errors again.
Yeah.
But you can't put this script inside the editor folder because it has all this functionality up here that needs to interact with mono behavior. So what we do instead here is we wrap this in an if Unity editor, and we'll do an end if at the bottom. And there you go, you'll be able to build successfully now. Okay, so let's actually add a button to assign the color to our sprite. Let's get rid of this line.
Okay, so if we do and then here we do public class chunk generator UI, and this inherits from editor. Yeah, and then here we do this. And then here we do the
So first we need to grab a reference to this sprite new color up here, and we save that as a serialized property variable. Now,
serialized property variable. Property. Do.
in onEnable, we can actually assign it by using the find property method, and
Right, it was on enable. It was private, right? Yeah. Private void on enable. On enable.
we just input a string here. This string will be the name of the variable from up here. Now, this isn't a color yet, it's a serialized property, so let's create a new color by grabbing the serialized properties color value. Now, setting up a button is super easy. We say if GUI layout.button and give it the text that it's going to display, and we
Do. But how are these connected?
can manually set the property. So let's create now in on to this sprite
Okay, so there's no. It's an indirect
new
link.
color up here.
Custom type of hexagon. Custom editor. Wait, and this needs to be if Unity editor. And then we do an end if here. There.
Here, and we save that as a serialized property variable. Now in onEnable, we can actually assign it by using the find property method, and we just input a string here. This string will be the name of the variable from up here. Now, this isn't a color yet, it's a serialized property, so let's create a new color by grabbing the serialized properties color value. Now, setting up a button is super easy. We say if GUI layout.button and give it the text that it's going to display, and we can manually set the width here if we want. And inside here is where we want to call our function. So to call that function, we need to grab a reference to the hexagon script. This right here doesn't do that. This links the custom editor to the...
Oh. Okay, so... Okay, one sec. I get it now. Okay, so here we do custom editor. Chunk editor component. There we go. That's what links it.
The hexagon script, but we still don't have a variable to reference. So let's create a type hexagon called hex and use hexagon as the target. This is how you assign a script to a variable in a custom.
Okay, and then on you to do. This would be chunk generator target. Oh, there we go. Private. Let's see if this shows up though. Does the button show up? The button doesn't show up. On inspector public. Oh, it's a public override. Sorry, it's public override void. Public override void. It does not show up. It's beautiful.
Editor script. So now we can actually use the hex script and call the color sprite function, passing in the color that we set up. So now we can assign the color, and it works in play mode as well as in the editor. What works in the editor is
there's the hexagon script. So I've got my component right here, chunk generator component, but this does not want to work. We still don't. Oh, wait, generate chunk right there. Ha, it works. So this would be component. Oops. Generate chunk. And then here in this chunk here, we just want to go like this. And then when we come back to here, when we click that button, it should, oh wait, we also want to have a public void clear chunk. Clear chunk objects. Mm-hmm. Clear chunk. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. What is this? Null reference exception. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. This is a mesh collider and a transform, and then this is the object itself. But does this have a mesh? No. I wonder if this would work. Collider.gameObject, because that's all we cared about, right? We're going to try it. The worst thing that can happen is that it errors, right? So who the fuck cares? It fucking worked. Look at that. How many elements are there in this? 7,000? Holy shit, that's too many. Okay, clear chunks. Yeah, there we go. Clear chunk. So maybe 256. 256. Do, do, do. I love how it's not updating that. I love it. It's amazing. Update. Sorry. I think it's like a void update. Update. There you go. That's definitely better. The size is definitely a bit too off. We'll say 1,000. Let's see what 1,000 gives us. One thousand's oh that wait 1,000. Maybe 500. I think 500 covers the highest building. It does. Okay, sweet. There we go. There we go. So then the bigger plan is that we encompass the entire thing inside of this. Like we encompass the entire map, and then the entire map gets auto chunked by dividing it into squares, right? By chunk size. Right? And that works. And then we call it a day kind of thing. There we go. Beautiful. Look at that. Okay, so we've got the chunk size. Then we've got all of the chunk objects. All of them. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. So then the question becomes, if I duplicate this, right? Over like so, when we select both of these, right? I think this is about, no, it's right here. What we want to know is whether or not this chunk here, like whatever this piece here is, does this end up in both of them? Right? Because that's really the crux of the argument, right? Does this static mesh actor whatever thing end up in both? There we go. And then this is error prone. If these need to collide, if these somehow collide with each other, it will become error prone. And we don't want that. We absolutely do not want that. We want some level of filtering, right? But right now that doesn't matter because I don't care. But I do want to know whether or not it grabs half measures, right? Oh, wait. We're not grabbing any of that. We're not grabbing that at all. We need to know this one right here. That one. Specifically this one. This one's on the line here. So which one does it end up in? Yeah, because both of them have it technically within their bounds. So then what we do is we go like this. We come over to here. We come down to chunks. It's literally this one, isn't it? Yeah, that first one that we just saw there, that was literally it. Right there. This one shows up right away. It's literally that one. That's fucking great. This one's going to be a bit harder. So we're looking for static mesh actor 2240. Static mesh actor. And what we can do to figure out whether or not it's in there is we can do this. What we're going to do is we're just going to do this. Public string check. Sorry. Private string check for object equals object name. check for object, and then what we do is we come down to here and we say, hey, check for object. Then we come up here and we do public void check for object. And then we want to search, or we're going to do a loop over. What? Oh. Search for object. First things first here. Clear chunk objects. Beautiful. Clear the chunk objects before generating new chunk. Chunk objects. There. Search for your chunk object. Uh, search. Search name. Vrish tricks. Sup and how are things? Do. Search name. Search name. There we go. Sweet. I am doing the same. Managed to make the 3D logo by drawing and then extruding. Nice. Oh wait, I thought you were already done that. Was I wrong? I forgot to log whether or not it was found. Oh, it will log. Okay. Oh, it's not in there. But if I come to here and I type in the name, check. It's not in there. But it's right there. What the fuck? Managed to make the logo by drawing and then extruding. Nice. Was that easier? Was that like substantially easier? That was way it was easy as pie. Sweet. I am happy that I was able to help you. And I didn't do any math at all. Yeah. If I would have known that you were still I thought it was something that you already finished, or else I would have exported that and just sent it to you. I could have posted it in the Discord, and then you could have just downloaded it and used mine as a base or something like that. Like just the FBX. But yeah, the drawing it using the dot method that the anime girl did, right? Ah, this is not really work. Anyways, but did you do like the anime face, like the anime character dot method thing that I was showing you? Is that what you ended up using? At least it sounds like that's what you used. Yeah, it's so easy, right? it it's it's funny how like there's like a couple terms. As soon as you know like a couple terms, certain things just become super easy because like the complexity level of the thing is not high, but it's the knowing the language part that's the hard part. And like if you don't know the language, you don't know how to ask the question sometimes. But yeah, no, I'm happy it worked out. That's good to know, man. I entirely thought you were done with that, or else I would have helped you out. I literally had to make anime girl in Blender like you did, and I followed from there. It's so easy. Yeah. That's like 50% of 50% of programming, right? And this is something that's like hard to convey to people is that like when you're looking at building things, sometimes the answer is not like the what you're looking for when you're watching tutorials and stuff like that, right? Like when people are like, I don't know how to build X or Y. And then they go online and they're like, how do I build X or Y? And they're looking for a tutorial that walks them through exactly X or Y. But sometimes the answer is, you look for something that shows you the concept of what you're trying to do, right? More so, and then that will teach you the basics. And then you incorporate that into whatever your workflow is, right? And and in this case, like I'm sure that we could find a more concise tutorial than the anime girl one. It's just I know that the anime girl one teaches you the best way to do that. That's the only reason that I went with the anime girl one. But I love how it was like, how do I make this 2D logo 3D? And it's like, well, you start with the anime, how to make an anime girl in Blender tutorial, and you end up with the with the logo at the end. I normally refer to docs or anything remotely similar to what I'm doing instead of literally looking how to make X. Yeah, no, it's exactly up. But then like in a situation like this, it's like you didn't even know where to begin looking at the easy way to do this, right? So like you were like fuddling around with like the hard way of doing it versus the easy way of doing it, right? Because you didn't know that that there was better options. Okay, so this is definitely not a good that this here does not search. I'm glad I ended up in a raid on you on your channel. Yeah. No, I'm happy. I'm so happy that I was able to actually help you with that. Ooh. I'm not gonna lie, I did do something in the past the hard way, like the logo for EG. but eventually I figured the easy way out and also learned a lot doing it the hard way. I always fuck around and find out. Yeah. Hey, the 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 best way to learn is to do it the hard way, and the best way to do it is to do it the easy way. Right? Like like if you want to learn how something works, or if you really want to learn how to do something, sometimes the hard way is the right way, right? Like if you want to learn how engines actually, like game engines actually function, you need to build a game engine. Do you know what you should never do unless you really want to learn how to build game engines? Build a game engine. It's a bad idea. Right? Unless you have a reason to, you should never build a game engine. But if your reason is I want to learn how game engines work, then you should build a freaking game engine. They're beautiful. Same with security. If you really want to learn how like how password storage works, you need to build your own custom um your own custom hashing algorithms and stuff, right? And that will, yeah. What are you working on right now? A chunking system. So I need to take. Oh, this is why. Check for object. Check for object. It's not logging. So what I'm doing is I've got these chunks and I want to see what's generated inside of them, kind of thing. Right? So I need to what I need to do is I need to move this entire world here into subscenes. And once they're in subscenes, then I can actually interact with them. Like the truck is able to drive on the road if it's in a subscene, but it's not able to drive on the road if it's not in a subscene. But just dumping this entire thing into a subscene causes the performance just to absolutely tank, because it's calculating the physics collisions on every single object in this. Every single object in this gets calculated every single frame for collisions, and Dots is not great at that. So we want to only bring in small sections of the city at a time. And by doing that, we'll have better performance. But we need to make chunks so we can dynamically turn on and off sections of the city. But unfortunately, like with this, these are scattered all over the place. They're not like actually together. Like this one's over here, and then like the next one down is like somewhere completely different, right? So these could all be part of different chunks. So I've got to go through and like effectively grab this and then put it into a chunk. Grab this, put it into a chunk. Grab this and put it into a chunk. But that's going to be painful, so I want to not do that. Oh yeah, well that's a bit different, right? That's culling. A lot of the time that is culling. So the reason why we need to chunk is because you can't um you can't call the collisions inside of ECS, right? So if I come down to here, right? Maybe not that one, but let's do this. Let's do this. We'll grab something bigger, right? Like this building here, right? So you see this camera here, and as I move out, it's going to go through levels of detail. So this is LOD 1, LOD 0. So right now we're looking at the highest poly version of this building right now. This is lower. Lower again, you can kind of see it pop, right? You can see a bit of the change. Right here, if you pay attention, you can see change, right? And then I come down here and we're at this is the lowest section, and then now it's completely gone, right? We can't see it, but it's completely gone. So if I come here and I move, if I move this all the way over here, really nice and close, we can go like this, and now we can see that building is completely gone. So that's culling. And this is what you're most likely seeing inside of it when things are popping in and out as you like things pop in as you move forward and stuff like that in a game is usually culling. And culling's like part of the engine. But the culling doesn't really work inside of ECS, so you have to do it differently, which sucks. Which means that I need to bake my own culling system, but I'm not doing it based off of camera because we don't really have a fulcrum, which is like the so like here's a camera, right? And if we're looking at the camera, the fulcrum is like where the camera can see, and that's what culling's based off of. But we're gonna base it off of where you are in the world relative to the chunks. So effectively, like if you are here, right? I want to load this chunk, maybe this chunk here, and a couple chunks here, right? And then we'll add fog or something like that to increase performance or something. I'm not sure how exactly I'm going to do it, but we need to get that worked out. Booyah. Okay, so no, because it's not based off of your field of view at all. Right? So the lotting here, right? Lotting groups, which is what you would normally see in games, doesn't work inside of the entity component system. So whether or not you can visibly see the object or not, it's still being processed as a physics object, which is unfortunate because it causes problems. Because like I think I do wonder actually, because I wonder if we could just attach them to this instead, right? Like if this had I don't even know. It's such a hard thing to figure out. Yeah, so like there's just so many objects, right? So what we have to do is we have to uh okay, so sorry, another problem that I'm going to run into is if I take all of this and dump this into subscenes, it takes about 40 subscenes to make up this to take all of these. No. Yeah, 40 it takes 40 around 40 subscenes to make up this thing, right? If we try and chunk it in certain ways. But there's too many objects in this scene for dots to work with. By itself, just this scene is too big for dots, right? So we have to, so that's where we start with the chunking, right? It's to get it down into manageable pieces that we can turn on and off. And then we can get to a point where we have enough we have enough headroom to have our entities walking around, the vehicle driving, and the world actually generated. But then as we move, anything in certain areas would be disabled, so we just fall through the map when we get there. Oh, we're not. There's nothing. There's no objects inside the building. It's just that if I highlight this, like we'll get a count of how many objects I've just selected, right? So I've just selected this many objects, right? Which is 15,936 objects. And this is not a finished scene, right? And then there's an entity cap, which we can go through and we can brute force this, right? Like it can be brute forced. But it's probably not the right way to do this. See, it was to here. I was having a conversation with somebody about this. You only have so much you have a unique entity cap, right? But also because then when you go through and when ECS is computing things, it doesn't care whether or not you can see the object. It just cares whether or not the object is in the world, right? And so at that point it it grabs the there was somewhere where I was having this conversation and it was like, yeah, 16,000 or around 16,000 entities is the cap, right? So if the cap is 16,000, we've effectively blown it already, right? Just by having these objects, right? It's done. We're good. We're done. And this is the largest city that we can have. And then every single one of these objects here, collision objects, needs to be calculated every single frame. And we don't want that. We want to chunk it. That way we can reduce the amount of collision objects in the world so we can increase performance. Yeah. I'm probably not explaining it very well, to be honest. Wait, what's going on here? Oh, yeah, I want to keep that. Yeah, because like right now, if I hit play, my truck's just gonna fall through the world. Yeah, so my truck just falls right through the world, and because there's no collisions, right? Also, goddamn, that's loud. Thank you. I got it. I got it in. I'll actually make it so you can drive around this map. Now when I say you can drive around it, you can drive around it, but like everything's gonna be all the buildings and everything like that are not gonna have collisions on them, right? We're just gonna bring this down here like this. There we go. That's better for now. Build all platforms. Oh, well, hello and thank you. You're welcome. Thanks for dropping by though. One sec. Let me just do this real quick. I promise to be quick here. So here's our player scene, right? Wait. Yeah, here's our player sub scene, right? If I come into here and we drop in just a cube, game object, 3D cube, right? We can take this cube and just make it really big. Is it big enough? There we go. And then we just want to do this. And then we just want to bring it down so it's underneath the world. There we go. Now if I save this, and I can drive around this world. I won't be able to, like, I'll be able to drive through all of the everything else, but I can drive around the world now. But if you're streaming tomorrow, I can stay longer. All right, I'll be back tomorrow. Why is this not working? So there's definitely a problem somewhere. Here's my... Oh, that's why. Wait, no. This doesn't matter. Dude, that all gets inherited. There, main camera. Here's my follow target. Here's my follow target. Game menu. Why can't I drive? What the fuck did I do? Thought I made these super good already. It's like the physics thing. Interesting. Well, that's kind of fucky. I was hoping to be able to drive around this, but I've somehow fucked this up. Hierarchy. I'm just gonna bring this hierarchy over here. There we go. Now they can be beside each other. Save. Let's grab a much smaller scene. Did I mess it up to the point where this won't drive? Oh, this one drives. Ooh, that's way too low. Beautiful. Okay. This one works. What do I have different here? Here's the environment. That's not it. There's a physics step. That's fine. Truck body. Hey, I'm going to replace this truck body for now as well. Remove component. Put the component back. The truck, this is the same, right? This doesn't have any overrides, right? No, it does not. Okay. Does this have overrides? Just the player input system. Apply all overrides. Save. Let's go back to the other scene. Wait. Is it because I'm in the ground or something? No, it's probably that. It might be that. I don't actually know if it's that. Wait, I know why. Drivable. I think this should just work. Wait, this is not showing as a prefab anymore. That's wrong. That player camera should be a prefab. What is the problem here? What the actual fuck is going on here? I wish Unity had better debug tools. It's like not even a joke. So why is this not working? I'm assuming that this is it the follow track? No, it's not it shouldn't be the follow track, right? We've got the dots to do here. We come over to inspector. Here's the follow track, right? Front gear is 0. That's fine. Truck here. So there's 5 things in the wheel system. Oh, wait. Is there a singleton that's the problem? I did get this working at one point, and I don't know what I did. This is life, right? This should work. Like, this should just work, right? We've got the main camera here. We've got the camera, right? There's the camera. Largely don't care about the camera, right? Like, it doesn't matter that much. Whatever, right? Then we've got the cine camera here. This is fine. Everything here is good. There's the follow right there. Everything here should be good. And then we've got our sub object here, and it should just work, right? But then when we hit play, nothing works. Let's see. I think we're still exiting the game. Yeah. I hate how slow Unity is. It drives me fucking crazy sometimes. Gameplay. Vehicle. Vehicle. Here's our input system, right? Yeah. Here. We should see a bunch of zeros, and then we should be able to feather the use the gas to see whether or not the inputs are being taken. It's not. It's not running it at all. There we go. That's it. So we're not seeing input at all. So the input system's not running. API gets singleton entity. Player tag. System. There's our input system. There's apparently three counts of it. But it's not running. It's not running, or it's exiting early. Oh, actually, I wonder if it's paused. Actually, no, because it paused doesn't do anything. Can we just work, goddammit? Once I figure this out, we will be in a good spot. For fuck's sakes! Oh my god, why does Unity take so goddamn long? Why does Unity take forever to load and unload? And Unity, the slowest goddamn engine ever made. Ugh. So slow. Okay, so I'm not getting any input system at all. There's my player authoring script. What is different? What is missing? There's something missing here that's in my other scene apparently that is not in this one. This is actually pissing me off. Because everything is the same. I've I've made sure to like transfer as much over as I can. Right? Like I want everything to be as the same as possible, right? New empty scene. Let's see if this works. Yeah. Okay. And if I go to system, there's my system. I go to console here. Oh, wait. What? Debug.log is not working. Do we have the wrong log? My gas value is not updating. Okay, so there's definitely a problem. There's 100% a problem here. I don't know what it is. This on update is not firing correctly. Because this gas here should 100% be logging out to the screen. To the console, right? And it's not, and I don't know why. Log error. So we make a change, wait a year, Unity does its thing, and eventually it comes to a point where we can actually use the fucking engine again. 6 years later. Okay, there we go. Now it's working. So why is it when it was down here it wasn't working? Oh, that's why I wasn't seeing it. God damn it. Oh, now I've broken it for here. It's probably a UI problem. Okay, yeah, there we go. There we go. Now we can come back here and hopefully actually see the errors. We can actually see things. Okay, let's clear this, hit play, and see what happens. Okay, so game input is actually working. Interesting. We never hit a full 100 on this. Wait. Interesting. Oh, it's because it's further up. Okay. That makes sense. Fucking hell. Oh. Okay, so why is it not working now? Interesting. Why you no move? So it's not the ground thing, right? Because we've already ruled that out. So what's the problem here? If you know work, fuck you. This should work. These signs do not need to have collisions. I think we leave that one because it's useful. Some of these I think are like, I feel like these are like stuff like this, right? That hotel we just removed the collisions from. Yeah. Yeah, these here, these don't need collisions. It has collisions. It does not require collisions. These ones I think should have collisions. Buildings should have collisions. That's fine. Vegetation should have collisions. I think that actually trims down quite a few things, to be honest. I think we've removed collisions on that one already. Yeah, we did. Why you no work? You have nothing different from the over, like there's no overrides, right? And then we come up to here and this has no overrides, right? Well, it has the transform, and I don't really care about the transform. So what if I delete this and rebuild it? We'll delete this and re-put this in too. Mm-hmm. Still broken. Reload domain. Reload currency. I forgot to save. Not that it really mattered. Because nothing's gonna work anyways. Uh, vehicle control system. Wheel force job here. No, suspension force job, drive force job. This one, whatever. Sideways. Okay, so we've got we theoretically have all the information that's necessary. Now, if I build and then run this, oops. We should see a giant list of errors. So we've got those there. Let's collapse these. We're not hitting ground. Wait, there we go. I want to do faster iterations. And Unity is just so goddamn slow. The editor is just absolutely dog shit slow. Yeah, we're not hitting ground. This cube is set as drivable. So at the very least, it should be hitting, right? Let's see what I did differently here. It's a physics body. It's probably that it's a physics body. I'm assuming that it's a physics body. Is this a physics body? Are these physics body? What are these? These are rigid bodies. What about this one? What's this one? A box collider, yeah. This one here. Physics shape. Why is this a rigid body? Does this need to be a rigid body? Physics shape. Box collider. What if we do this? We found the problem. I think it needs to be a physics body? Is it that it needs to be a physics shape? I think it needs to be a physics shape to be drivable? No, it needs both. Physics body, physics shape. Okay. Wait, what? Bit. What do you what the fuck do you mean? Oh, this needs to be a 1. Oops. Well, that explains a hell of a lot. There we go. I've got to go back and fix this, but we're gonna hit play because I already hit it. What's up, Manadona? Haircutio kid. Yeah, I got a haircut. Wait. No, I did not. Because I am not at that stage in my life right now. The suspension is still too weak. Wait for it. There. That was a suspension problem. This is a completely flat surface, so it means that my front went down too far. Right? Because there's no other collisions. It's just a one giant box, right? So with that, it means that my front touched the ground, and if my front touched the ground, it means that there's collision problems. I have no. What do those hiragana mean that you sent me? But besides, I'm on katakana right now. We're doing base level katakana stuff. Spring set stiffness. We're gonna go to 9,000. Oops. Sure. So rude. Rude. Why are you so mean to me? I was asking my sensei about them, and he's not telling me. Menadona sensei, please tell me what those characters mean. I can look them up. I'm just being lazy. Beh? For wet and wee particles? Wait, what? What the fuck is we? What makes sense? What the fuck is we? They got patched out a few centuries ago. Oh, okay, so they're useless. Fuck you. Stop making things more difficult. Katakana's hard enough as it is. You don't have to make things harder on me, man. Why you gotta be like that? Bring stiffness 10,000. We need the front not to dip down like that. I think we need to cap the max speed, maybe. I wonder what speed we're hitting that causes the jumping like that. Because remember, there's no difference. Like it's a flat plane. We're effectively driving on a completely flat plane. And then every now and then that happens. And my best bet is that that's happening because we're hitting the trucks going down too much in the front. So I need to increase the spring stiffness. Oh shit, that's like really sad. Maybe we can decrease the mass and that might work. Could do a rest length of 5 instead. No, 6 is right. Maybe a 400 on the dampener as well. This world is really not that performant, though. Like, we're dropping down into the 30s. Just with the rendering. That's interesting. I want to say it's a speed issue. I think it was less back when it was like 9,000 though. Like it was less terrible. I wonder what causes it. It could be a speed issue where the front just dips down a bit too hard. Right? Let's try and figure out roughly where it happens. Yeah, so it's definitely a spring issue. The stiffness dampening. We could try and crank that up a little bit. Maybe take that to 600? Was it 300? If I take that up to 600, it might change something. But at the end of the day, the idea isn't just to max speed all the time, right? So I want to not have that. This needs to not be an issue. But it might also just self-correct itself when we put vehicles in, because you'll have to steer, which slows you down, right? Like you can only go so fast. Did everybody see where we hit it? The invisible road bump that is probably my front. Yeah, my best guess is that it's this. It hits this and just caves to pressure. Could edit that. Bring this back a bit more so it's more rounded. Like bring this up and back. And then it becomes not so much of an issue. Because it's not sharp anymore, right? And when things are less sharp, it's not going to dig into the world. Go eat. Yeah, so that's kind of the problem, is that I think that we're losing suspension. At certain speeds, we start just losing suspension. You could cap the suspension flex, right? Uh, maybe, but I don't know what that is. But yeah, see, like when we go to the extremes, we lose all suspension altogether. So maybe like a clamp is needed to always apply a certain amount of force. I think that what happens is that at certain speeds we lose suspension, right? So we end up not actually having, so the suspension just drops, and because of that we never hit the ground again. Yeah, well, not brake force, but like I think the vehicle to the suspension is maybe a little bit too heavy. So like, see how like the back of the truck sometimes, like at high speeds, will hit the ground when we turn. I think that has to do with suspension force or something like that, maybe. So the wheel's not, yeah, so the wheel doesn't trigger that it's actually hitting the ground. The wheel's like, I don't know. There is no ground. I'm floating. I'm in the air, right? And then you just lose everything. I'm not gonna lie. Right now, Dots is causing problems. And I wonder if Dots is just not performant enough to deal with vehicle physics. Like it I shouldn't say performant enough. I wonder if Dots is just not the right solution to deal with these types of collisions. And I wonder how many entities I can actually have walking around them. What? Why are you putting the vehicle into dots? Is it okay to please stop this? Because the vehicle has to be part of dots? There's not really much of a choice. The question is, do I want physics on my vehicle? And the answer is yes. There's not a I don't have a choice is what it comes down to. If I want physics on the vehicle, I need to do dots. What you should do is make a vehicle proxy for dots, so dots doesn't mess with the physics. give me 2 seconds. I'll be. What the fuck's going on here? Thought I stopped. What you should do is okay. So hear me out. Hear me out. I'm gonna show you what happens, right? So this is Unity, right? Unity. So this is Unity. Fuck, I want my glove. Ugh. I'm about to turn on my tablet, so I've got to save this just in case my computer crashes. Hey, look, it didn't crash. Okay, so. No, it crashed. So, Manadono, are you still there? So, there we go. I had a feeling that was going to happen. Okay. So I'll show you how Unity dots works because this is important. Right? Okay. So, what we're going to do, come up here, paint this, that, and we're going to go to here, we're going to go to here, and we're going to say right? Normal. You get to pick one. Pick one. So, okay. So, you either pick 1 or 2. Do you want dots physics or do you want unity regular do you want unity physics or do you want regular physics? You get to pick exactly one of them. Now pick which one you want. So unity physics is in dots, right? Okay. So you either get normal physics or you get unity physics, which requires dots. You get to pick one. And if you enable one, it disables the other. They both can't be active at the same time. You only get to pick one. So either dots has physics or unity has physics. and you don't have a choice. Those are your only two options. Pick one and go with it. So, if ragdolls you can run dots with no physics. Okay, easy. You can, but then ragdolls don't have physics. So how does the AI work then? No, but because okay, so now you have to render two environments at the same time. You have to process the collisions on two environments at the same time now. So every single object in the world that needs to have some level of collision on it needs to be duplicated, collision wise. Well, okay, so dots, if something's inside of dots, it can only communicate with dots. And if something's outside of dots, it can't communicate with dots. Right? So if I have my AI, right? AI. AI wants to go this way, right? I need a ground, so I need to be able to cast a ray to figure out where the ground is, or I need physics on the character to stick them to the ground, right? Right. So I need some way of doing this, like figuring out where where this character's y coordinate is, right? Or z is, I think it's y, right? So where is this character's y? I need to figure that out, right? The only way I can figure that out is if I cast a ray down, but then I need to have some kind of collision mesh underneath the character, right? And then I need to cast then I can just move the character forward. You're right, that doesn't require physics, and the AI doesn't actually have any physics attached to them. And that's fine. Oh, god damn it. Okay, let's see if this works. There we go. Camera 5 is now active. Okay. But this is a whole environment. I don't actually use 5 cameras. technically, okay, so fuck you, Hubion. Yeah, so effectively, like everything needs to be in dots. So I can have dots physics, which is unity physics, or I can have normal physics, which is not in dots. I'm kind of getting to the point now, right, where this is getting so complicated to deal with that I wonder if I can do this outside of dots altogether. And I'm kind of thinking of taking a week to try it, right?
In many situations where you need to animate hundreds of models, the best approach is not using keyframe animations. What you need is a shader. In this video, we recreate a spell from Naruto, creating a graph shader to animate snakes. The first thing we do is creating the environment of our scene. We import this awesome package from the asset store and we set it up in a new Unity URP scene. Also, we download Deidara. Deidara was a Ezra missing link from Iwaga. And we read it thanks to Mixamo. We download these animations, one to cast the standard spell, one for an area effect spell, and an idle standing pose. Since the video game has a unique and cool toon graphic style, we import and use our Zelda toon shader for all the materials. Once that the scene is ready to start developing the Deidara spell, we need snakes. So we open Blender and we do our best to replicate it. To add a custom texture, so we act in this of type. Create a new unlit graph. The first thing is to add a custom texture, so we add a public parameter of type texture2D and we connect it to a sample texture2D node. After connecting this node to the master node's color input, we obtain a textured snake. To achieve our animation, we need three main things: a position node, a time node, and a mask. With the position node, we access directly to the mesh vertex or fragment's position. The RGB channel of this node represents the x, y, z coordinates relative to the chosen space. In particular, we use the object space that represents the vertex position relative to the mesh pivot. In other words, thanks to this node, we can access directly to the vertex of the mesh and, in this case, move them. To access RGB values, we use a split node. We will work with the red channel, since this is the axis that allows us to achieve a serpentine movement. In shader graph, if you need to do an operation over
I don't. The trick is that I don't really want to do it that way. It's too bespoke at this point. I'm kind of. I don't want to solved problems right now, like massive solved. Like it's thing is that vertex animations is kind of like a big thing. No. Doesn't vertex animations don't matter. I mean, sorry, it's not that. Vertex animations are different. What is this? Mm-hmm. Mm. Builder. Oh, okay. Allows developers to easily integrate and manage large numbers of objects such as trees, grass, rocks, and other prefabs with minimal performance impact. It provides user-friendly tools for using indirect GPU instancing without needing to master compute shaders and GPU infrastructure. Supporting Unity terrain details, trees, and prefabs. Offers advanced features for optimizing culling, adjusting LOD settings, and customizing rendering parameters for optimal performance. GPU Instancer Pro uses indirect GPU instancing with Unity's render mesh indirect method. Wait, what? It seems like this might be the right way to go. This could be the way to go. Just where is it? Oh, hey, that's actually a nice looking city. Much low poly. Actually, not terrible. What is this again? Oh, right. This is like a. Okay. That's just a DeLorean. There it is. This one is the one that I was thinking of. Like, part of me just wants to pick this up and see what happens. Thoughts Traffic City is a powerful tool for creating city traffic design. Design it from the ground up or customize an existing asset pack to fit your vision. To use the extremely powerful DOS entity package to simulate thousands of vehicles and pedestrians with unbelievable performance. It's either that, like, the other thing is that, like, it could be just my vehicle controller is shit. Not familiar with dots, no problem. From version compatible with mono behavior scripts by in hybrid mode. Hybrid mono mode. City Gen 3, what the fuck is this? Oh. I think I have this. I do not. But it's free, so I'm just going to add it to my asset pack. WebGL not supported, built-in rendering pipeline not supported. That's because Dots doesn't support the built-in rendering pipeline. Vehicles with trailers and wagons are not currently supported for no physics. Animator select. If you have I thought this was removed. I thought nav mesh surface was unsupported in Dots. It would be nice if it is supported, but whatever. Default colliders? I have no idea what this does, but it is one. Okay, whatever. After the packages have been downloaded and installed, if the console has n unit framework error, restart Unity. Do. Sound. So far, it looks like this could be the way to go. Streaming. The extended state. Getting started. Energy subscene generator. Demo. The main optimized demo scene of the project. Read more. Demo mono. The new demo scene. It's an example of traffic and NPCs fully interacting. Mono behavior scripts. Raw 3D models without optimization. Demo scene. Same as demo scene, but contain. City debugger hub. I think if I could find a halfway decent vehicle dot system, it'd probably just solve my problem. Is this dots compatible though? I don't think it is. He's got to have some kind of like because I don't think any of these are dots vehicles. I think actually one of these I already have too. No, I don't have any of them. Hmm. Is that like a cult? Like a damaged bus? Is that what that is? Oh, yeah, it is. It's just damaged. Okay. All components of Dot's traffic city are linked to online. There might there is absolutely a Houdini plugin for an Unity. It's made by Houdini. So it's there. Is this it? No, this is this one. We could try this. I think I've got a vehicle system in Unity that I can just pop into. Uh, mm, sorry, I'm just.
Let's make the floor go down by -1. And what does find return? It returns a game. 3, that's a position. 2, horizontal. So I'm just gonna close. I want it to spawn, and
That
then I
looked
want
like it performed
play.
horribly.
And here we go. Let's take a look and see what's going on with all the people. Okay, and
No.
it.
Give me a second. I don't want to. I'm trying to think of how I want to do this. Not using dots would make my life a little bit easier. Hmm. Unity character vertex animations. Like vertex animation. This is an ECS though. This is ECS vertex animations. Tune shading. I don't think that there's a plugin for this yet. This is something that Unreal has over Unity, I think. Vertex shading is just vertex animations are just part of Unreal.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 22 of the Hot Path Show. I'm Johnny, joined by me, myself, and I. Although I do see. So yeah, we'll go ahead and get into the instruction set, which is kind of the main topic of today's show, which is going to be vehicle AI controlled with a dots flow field. But to the sphere at the end of the day. So one thing that
Let's create a new game object.
The answer largely is you don't. This I I want to say that just getting this would solve my problems and make this easier, but like just I just don't know. Dots is largely a pain in the ass sometimes. Does this guy have a Discord? Wait a second. Wait. What? When was this updated last? March 7th. Oh, okay. They changed my Question is, what do I do? But surely there's a plugin. Every time I turn around, there's there's something stupid going on with with dots. It's getting tiring. Just find it a bit exhausting at times. What map is this? Oh, this is my world map from Unreal. Effectively, what I'm finding out is that I still don't have a good enough system for my vehicles. It's only one vehicle too. I think this one doesn't have all the extras with it. Oh, I want to. Every system has its own fucking pain in the ass that just causes problems. Nothing but problems. Trying to think here. What do I want to do? How do I want to do this, right? Because, like, I don't really want to disable dots. With as much problems as dots gives me, it does solve the fucking problem so well. Like one of the harder problem. Well, like, yeah, the vehicle system's kind of a pain in the ass to deal with, and building that from scratch is gonna be error prone and shitty. But let's see if we can fix the problem. This has to do with travel, right? So if this has to do with the string travel, we're going to do that, and then we're going to do debug. Okay. Did it open? Still opening. I have an idea. We're going to try and just fix it. Because I'm sick of the idea of fucking around more with this stuff. I want a system that works. This one seems to work pretty well. It falls apart at high speed, so something's going on. We're going to try and see if we can figure out what's going on. Okay. Clear. That was weird. What's up, Don? I need to figure out which one's hitting and which one's not. Right, I don't have a name. I'm muted? What? Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3, test. I'm not muted. Oh, I figured it was you. I was like, holy shit. No, no, not again. Not again. Had that happen too many times. Okay, so where... Okay, so it's not... So that's not an issue with... Huh. Interesting. Okay, so the debug, it didn't log an error when I did that. I don't know, I might... That's good. At least it wasn't on my side. Okay. This is our chunk generator. There we go. It's good enough. Okay, so I want to just generate one chunk around the vehicle. Wonder if it's the physics collider, like it having to be a physics shape thing is the issue. You mean it has non-uniform? It's a box. It has the same colliders as every like it's just a collider. I wonder if that's actually the problem. Like if this is the problem here. Anyways, it is annoying that it's not going to work properly without considerable pain. There we go. I have to go in and modify a bunch of prefabs. All the road prefabs. Anything ground related needs to be modified. Fuck me, eh? All right. We'll just I want to work on actually generating these chunks here. Let's get these chunks inside of Unreal. I mean, inside of dots. So this isn't the problem. Something else. It's got to be something I've mistweaked. Can I create a Here we go. So fetch collisions. Oh, sorry, we've got the collision here. Create. We're going to create a game object and add new collisions to it. First things first, let's do this. Create a game object for the chunks graphics. Can I name it? Sweet, I can. Okay, so if I do this, we would do chunk graphics. Then we can do this. Move the object to the chunk graphics if it's not already a child. Right, we need to do this. Create a game object for chunk graphics if it doesn't exist. Try and fetch the chunk graphics object. game object find wait, what? Yeah, that's fine. It's only in this object, right? Actually, wait. If I do this, one sec. Give me a second here. Get all children. No, I said get all children. Game objects, children. Game object. Get component. Get children. Children? Is it just children? There we go. Game object chunk graphics. Chunk graphics. If if there we go. To do attach chunk graphics to the chunk. To the current game object. To add chunk graphics as a child of the chunk. Fucking Unity add new game object as a child of the current object, game object. Set parent. Oh, I didn't notice this. Why is it transform? If chunk graphics doesn't exist, create it. Game object dots, collisions. We'll come. No, yeah. This is dots, collision, dots. Sorry, collision, chunk collisions. Else if what's up, Poopy? Not much. Just going through the motions, you know. You ever set a time frame for when you would like the porting to be done? I guess technically it's done. If chunk that's what's up. Wait, what? I'm confused. Oh, right. Clear chunk. Sorry. To do. Move the object to Yeah. No, so largely we're kind of at the same spot as I was in Unreal, to be honest. For the most part, we're there. There's obviously like there's differences, right? Like I don't have multiple maps like I did in Unreal, and it's not as easy to add maps as it was in Unreal. But that's fine. But we're largely like where we were. We don't have the pedestrians walking the way that we want them to, but like it's because we have to build that system. And in order to build that system, I need a map that I can work with. And in order to have a map that I can work with on that level, I need to build a chunking system because Unity Dots doesn't have a chunking system. Every time I turn around, Unity Dots is missing something. Slowly driving me crazy. Move objects to the chunk graphics if it's not already there. No. No. Hey, I am not about to sit here and lie to you. I seriously considered moving back to Unreal. Generate chunks. Well, no, because like it already exists, right? So it's not a matter of like it's not a matter of that, right? So it's already there. Just a matter of whether or not I want to keep going or like I would just go back. That'd be all it is. You just go back kind of thing. Look at that. That just worked. No, God, no. I don't want to make 2 video games for the price of one. Oh, wait. Actually, wait. I don't want to do this right now. We'll come back to that. For now, I just want to let's just generate the collisions, right? That's correct there. Because I think these are all mesh colliders. Is this convex? Yeah, I think this is still convex true, yeah. Disable Mesh collider on the parent on the current object. No, this is already the collider. There. I think this should work. Chunk graphics is wrong. Wait. Where's my collider? Do. Oh, there it is, right there. Sweet. Okay. Generate chunk. The meshes on all of these got turned off because I turned them off. To do. Else. Enable collisions on the chunk graphics objects again. Generate chunks. Wait, what? What? No. Add a Okay, so wait, it's all there, right? Just do this. Slow and very painful. Then it would be cool if it was if it was moving, but it's not. So yeah. Why is this being recreated? Chunk. If if not chunk graphics, debug error log error. If not Okay, then I'm just gonna do this for a second here. I'm gonna not do this and not do that. Chunk collisions. Generate chunk. Collisions. Let's do this. Fetch chunk objects. Fetch chunk objects. Oh, I know how to do this. Actually, let's do this. Public bool. Is chunk generator setup. Disable. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Does it actually return the button? No, returns it this. What are my options here? Because this is a bit different. I feel like this is a bit different. And because of that, we can't really rely on editor good. Yeah, I don't know that we can do that. Domain reload button. Oh. Oh, I see how this works. It, no, I don't actually understand it. So GUI layout. Dot disable. Unity editor disable button.
All right, I have a very basic clicker here, but I want it so that they can only buy this 2x upgrade if they have a certain amount of points. I don't want them to buy it and then go negative. So I'm actually going to make so.
Works in the editor is obviously going to depend on what you're trying to do and whether the application needs to be running or not. But let's pretty this up a little bit. So let's hide this color here because we're going to create our own. And how we'll do that is by adding horizontal before our properties and end horizontal after our properties. So now you can see that's looking a little better. And let's actually add our own label by adding a label field there. And maybe let's add some space here. So let's maybe add 15 pixels of space. All right, but we have a tiny problem. When we try to assign a color, it doesn't seem to stick. And we actually need to turn that on by adding serializedObject.update at the beginning before any changes, and then serializedObject.apply modified properties after all our changes. Now you can see that our changes are sticking. So let's say that we want to do something a little bit more complicated. Let's say I want to spawn one of these hexagons inside this boundary here, but I don't want them to be able to overlap with each other or with the wall. I've already made a tutorial on how you can do things like this, so I'm going to blast through this code, but you can get a random point inside a collider and then try to find a valid position over and over until it finds a valid one, and then use that position we just found to spawn in the actual hexagon at that position. And now that that's done, the same logic is going to apply. Let's create a custom inspector. Grab a reference to the script we need to call the function from, and then call that function with a button. And I'll add some space because I like having space before the button. And there you go. We don't even need to enter play mode to see that it's working. Where you're really going to take your game dev skills to the next level is by being able to test quickly and create custom tools for your game, and you'll need to know editor scripting to be able to do that. I hope this video helped you. Let me know what kinds of things you've made with a custom editor. I'd be curious to hear about it. And by the way, my patrons get access to the source files via...
That's what I wanted. Editor scripting. I feel like YouTube has a better search now than fucking Google. Nope. Never mind. All right, fuck it, whatever. Doesn't matter. I don't even remember where I was at with this because I've been fucking around with this for too long. Chunk objects. Right, that's not actually fucking hooked up to anything. Okay, so we're just using get component. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Clear chunk objects. I'm gonna go grab food. I'll be right back. Okay. Yep. Just overlay this onto my screen. Where my chair is. Hmm. Okay. Generate. If I thought I created something here. This. If not, return. Please add chunk. Please hook. Please is not set up. Please hook up a chunk object and please hook up. Chunk object and chunk object and collision object. Chunk graphics. Collisions. So, what's this one doing? Oh wait. Yeah. So fetch chunk objects. We're going to get rid of the generate subscene because we're not actually going to use this. There. Fetcher update. There we go. These are going to be private, but I just want to be able to view them for now. Don't care about searching for objects anymore. Just going to get rid of that. It wasn't working anyways, and I just don't care. That also means that we can get rid of this. Generate subject. No. We want public void generate collision objects. If chunk graphics, if chunk graphics dot length if chunk objects dot count is less than 0, return is less than or equal to 0. Fetch chunk objects. If chunk objects 0 return debug dot log warn no chunk objects found. Create create new collision objects for chunk objects and attach to chunk collisions for each chunk object. Fetch collision data component. Create a new object. Chunk collisions. Beautiful. Create a mesh collider. If mesh collider. Sorry, if collider. We'll say mesh collider. If mesh collider. Hard component mesh collider to do mesh collider, shared mesh collider. There. Update position of the collider. And there we go. Attached to the parent. Generate collision objects. What? Okay, that's better. generate collisions. They did not work. Good to know. I have no here. No, yeah. Oh, there we go. I forgot to do a step here. Mm. I think the way we do this is we do this, and then we do this, and then we do this. Sumo, your mom. I'll show you, Jamar. How are things, Jamar? Wait a second. What the fuck is this? These do not have the correct locations. Generate collisions. It did it again. Right? How many did it? There's so many more. How did we get so many more? We should only have we should have 33. Okay, so the only thing I can assume is that some of these have multiple collisions. It's still a mesh collider. Oh, this one's a capsule collider. And a mesh collider? Wait, why do we have a mesh collider and a... Hmm. That's wrong. We shouldn't have both. We should have one or the other. I'll worry about that later, though. Your face is wrong? Hey. absolute collider for the tree. Does it have a mesh collider? No, so we should be less. Not gonna lie, your stream kind of helps me with editing vids. Nice. Is it because I don't play music? Generate collisions. That's wrong on every single possible level. Clear collisions. It did not delete my right. Did not clear the collisions. Oh wait, no, this yeah, I did this. Uh collisions. Fetch all children of chunk collision object. um, generated collisions. Yeah, chunk collisions. Chunk collisions. Chunk collisions dot children. Get get AI. It hurts. All children of the that's this doesn't work. This is a game object, right? Yeah. Chunk collision. Oh, this is outdated. This is supposed to work, but it's not. Interesting. Why isn't it deleting all of them? Still weird. Okay, so I think for this, what we want to do is we want to do that a bit differently. So we'll fetch. There, we've fetched it all. Wait, is there... Wait, there's collisions that I'm not seeing. What the fuck? So where did that extra stuff come from? Because like I deleted all of that. I went and that took me a while to delete too, but now they're back? Okie dokie. We're gonna have to figure out where that is. because they're definitely around here somewhere. I feel like maybe top. There it is. This is why. Update collision objects. Mm. Mm. Update the scale. Okay, yeah. It's just local scale. Okay. Generate collisions. Yay, it worked. There we go. Now we have both. Yes, replace it. I'm guessing it's at the very bottom. There it is. What? One of my friends messaged me. He's like, "Sup?" And I'm like, "Wait, are you off early?" I think I'm gonna call it here though. I'm kind of like I'm getting frustrated. I need to take a break. So I'll catch you guys all later. See you tomorrow. Thank you to everybody who showed up, chatted, lurked, all of that wonderful jazz. I will chill with you guys tomorrow. In the meantime, I'm gonna pass you off to a friend of mine, Pio, and you guys all have a good one. How's out for now? Oh wow, this first Unity streamer I've seen using dots. Oh, I will also be using dots tomorrow, or at least trying to. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. All right, ta-ta, everybody.